All right, let's get this started. Let's see if I can. I'm just make sure that everything's running fine, real quick. Audio check. Audio check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Okay, everything's looking good. All right, cool. So for today's live session, I know I haven't done live here in a little bit. Been trying to figure out a lot of stuff with programming and design as well. But I actually wanted to do a little segment on how to make a cool killer portfolio piece. As I've been an instructor for about 3 years now, teaching and co-teaching, yeah, I went over with a lot of my students on how to do posing and that kind of thing. Got some cool render shots and everything for their portfolio pieces. And so I wanted to go over how to give this guy a pose, how to give our new character talk a really fun pose and make him look really cool and get a cool ArtStation kind of thing on. Let me bring up my ArtStation real fast so that I can show you what I mean. Let me bring it up now. ArtStation. And yeah, I know there's has been some controversy with ArtStation lately, with their AI art stuff and everything. I hope they figured that out. But anyway, I just want to show you this to show you kind of like what I mean by a cool killer piece. So here is an example of this where that I've done in the past, where I have a really fun, even relatively simple pose, but it really brings out the character a lot more than just having a T pose. What's cool about these Marmoset tool bag, like 3D render things too, is that the when I was an art lead for a year here for Synodic Arc, I actually was I loved seeing these more than anything else. These 3D renders, posed if they're doing character work or environments. But I love how that has this kind of filter, so I'm actually able to see also like the topology that that someone has done and everything. So like a potential add-on to the art team and everything. I love seeing just how they budgeted their art, how they did their texturing. It's all pretty important stuff. So, anyways, let me get on to the lecture here. So, like, I guess the thing here. So, I want to have some cool marketing stuff for my game, and also just have a cool portfolio piece on my ArtStation. So, I'm gonna go ahead and go through the whole process here with this guy. So for one, he's actually a little bit taller than the proportions that I was hoping to go for. I think he still looks really fun, but I think I need to knock him down a notch by just maybe reducing his size a little bit, making him a little more squat, just by it a little bit. So I think there's a couple proportion things I need to adjust, but overall, I think he's a lot of fun. And let's go ahead and get to the scaling part of things. I already fixed quite a lot of things with him. So let me go over to Maya. I was actually doing just a little stretch test to make sure that Marmoset Toolbag takes on like blend shapes and that kind of thing. So they do. I kind of figured they do. So I'm gonna try to see if I can get a cool like maybe it's like small animation for talk as well. Maybe like a breathing animation, something like that would be really fun. So let me get into this. Let me go to my recent. Go to talk. All right. So the last time I was streaming, I was showing how to bring everything to center for rigging purposes and all of that. So I centered all my props here and got all that kind of figured out. So now I'm wanting to do a just cool pose for marketing purposes, like the last little step that not everyone has to do, but it's a really fun step. So let me show you kind of how I would run this. I think I widened the card a tad bit, but I think I kind of want to do that again, just by a little bit. I'm gonna go to. No, it's already centered, so. I just want to widen it a tad. Nothing too extreme. But here I'm gonna get on to this. Let's see here. Let's get a fun pose. One of the cool ways to pose is with ZBrush. I find that ZBrush is probably the easiest way to pose. But when you're working with multiple objects like that, I'm just not so sure if I want to use ZBrush. But we can give that a shot, and I can at least show you kind of how I do that. But for right now, I'll kind of show you how I might do it in Maya. So I'm going to go ahead and just hide everything except for the body here. I'm going to do Alt-H. And for this, yeah, so I do want to reduce his scale a tad. So I'm going to go ahead and go to vertice mode. And before I do anything else, I just want to reduce the scale just a little bit. I'm actually going to just more of it. I don't want to affect the hands. That's what I'm worried about. I don't want to affect any of the vertice on the hands. So just as a like we have not started rigging yet, so I'm not concerned about that being a problem at this time. So that's not going to be affected. Okay, so I'm going to let me turn on symmetry for right now. So what I really want to have happen is that the new proportions that I'm working with is the heads. The heads are 1/3 of the character. So I'm doing a 1-for-3 on proportion. And that's kind of what I decided to stick with. So let's see here. Let me get some of this head geometry here. That might be a little bit too low. I may not affect the head because I don't want it to warp the head mesh and the stuff going on. I'd rather, I think, reduce the body more so. Yeah, I don't want to affect the head much. Oh yeah, I need to turn off symmetry. That's what the problem is. With symmetry on, it's kind of bugging it. All the way to the neck. I'm gonna fix this the stretching too. Just wanted to get this moving. So right now I wanted to have roughly the head. Yeah, I want the head to be kind of like this scale of 1 to 3. So what I can do to make sure it's close, I can either just approximate it, or I could actually get the scaling tool. So I'm gonna go to my create measuring tool distance, and then let's go ahead and make this from chin to top of the head, or top-ish, around 40. Okay, and so here to here is roughly 40 to the crotch, and then here to here is roughly 85. So that's actually pretty dang close now. So as long as he's looking good, I want to keep it at this proportion. So this is my new kind of proportion. He was just a little bit too stretched out before. And I feel like this is where I want him to be. Just make sure that nothing feels too stretchy or weird. I think everything stayed pretty good. Yep, I'm feeling it. All right, cool. So now he just needs to be lowered. I'm going to go ahead and D, and then hold V to snap to the lowest vertice, and then D again. Now I'm going to go to X and snap all the way till it gets to the bottom so that X is snapped to grid. Let's get them right there. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, this is kind of the proportion that I'm wanting to work with for most of these characters is a 1:3 ratio. So I'll need to send this off again to Goguen, but we also need to figure out scale from a few more things now that we've lowered his scale. So yeah, I'm digging this style quite a bit. So all right. So now he'll fit in the cart pretty dang well. And we might even need to figure out how to make him a little bit larger, or just increase his scale by a tad bit now that he is smaller. Because now when he sits in the seat, I want to still want him to be visible. So maybe I'll just increase his scale by just a tad. I know this was a concern was when I have this up to his hand up to this crank right here. I don't want that to be too big, so might have to reduce the crank size again. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to just grab these three, and then I'm going to just shrink the whole thing by a little bit here. I really don't want to do to scale everything down just because I really like the silhouette of it. I think what I need to do instead is I need to make this a little bit smaller, or to go into itself a little bit more. So maybe like maybe I can push it in like that. Just so it's easier to kind of grab for talk smaller hands. Now hey, yeah, I'm just wrapping a few things up and trying to get some marketing materials, but it's basically done. I just want to do a few more things basically, but yeah, it's my fault for waiting so long to get this part finished. Part of it was because I actually adjusted the aesthetic as well, where a lot of my new characters are a 1:3 proportion, and so I actually adjusted his scale a bit too to be more of a 1:3 proportion. So that was a little bit of the issue as well. It was just the proportions were off. He was just too tall for the style that I was going for. Sounds good. Yeah. All right. So I'm just kind of making this skinnier. These are just feeling too wide for his kind of smaller hands. So I'm just reducing the size of this. Well, so that's the thing is that like it's just inaccurate. Because I thought about this game, you know, like maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but as far as me actually working on it, it's like a in a more full time basis. It's only been like maybe 6 months or something like that. So everything has kind of been skewed by just my time that I'm able to work on it and all that stuff. And um, yeah, so I would say I have a good maybe 8 months into the game out of like time that I would consider full time overall. So okay, that looks pretty good. I'm like in that range of squeeze. So cool. So that feels better. It's still kind of tall and everything feels good like that. So perfect. That's what I want to be. I'm gonna go ahead and save that out. I'm gonna delete history on this one and save. I also need to delete transforms for talk. Now that he probably has transforms, he does. So modify, freeze transforms. Okay. Freeze transforms. I think that everything else should be good to go. Okay, cool. So I probably need to send this off to Gogan, but let's go ahead and get this done. I think my wrench is also good on transforms. Okay, it is. So let's go ahead and get a cool little pose for this guy. So first off, I'm going to I need to get his feet kind of in a better pose. So I'm gonna turn this create layer from selected, and I'm just gonna make this transparent like this, right? And then these guys I'm just gonna hide for now. Oh yeah, I guess this guy, so he actually wasn't snapped to the grid again. I needed to snap into the grid. I must have undone that on accident. Go ahead and save this out. Save scene. All right, so now I'm going to make a new scene for posing. So this will be his posed work. So I'm going to go ahead and save scene as, and I'm going to move this over to characters, talk, new, and then we'll do this on this last thing. So he'll be posed in here. So this will be talk underscore posed. All right, so let's get this guy posed. So first off, I'm going to make this transparent, hide these for right now anyway, and let's get these legs moved up and his arms moved up. So what I'm gonna do for this, let me turn on symmetry real fast. Oops. If I press B, I can do some soft select action. So I'm gonna try to do soft select action here. As many as I can without affecting the legs. I just don't want it to affect the legs. Okay, that one's affecting the legs, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, so what I really want to do is I want to move these arms up so that I can. This is actually why I like doing this in ZBrush. But yeah, but basically for this sake, all all I really want to do is grab these vertices. Let me undo these grabs. So a few vertices it didn't grab. So what I like to so basically to make sure that you grabbed everything you needed to grab, the best practice that I've known is just to stretch it out. So I'm gonna just go pull this away. Okay, there's a few vertices that I missed. Okay, there's these. There's one more on the inside of this back cuff. There we go. I think this is it. Yeah, that's all of them on that side. I guess I missed some on this side apparently. I don't know how. Is it just the arm? Do I have additional arm in here? Oh, weird. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Let's see what the heck this is. I think it's just an additional extrusion. That's weird. Seems fine. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, so I just want to bring these over. But yeah, I think this is way easier in Substance. Or sorry, not Substance, in ZBrush. But basically, back to where I had control over both the arms here. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. So it's not that actually, it's because it's not connected. So I need to connect these verts. Merge vertices, merge vertices. There we go, now they're connected. Weird. Alright, well, it's fixed now. So let's bring up these elbows. Actually, might need this strip, I'm not sure yet. So let's make sure everything's fixed. It is, except for that one vertex down here. All right, and then what I can do here. Go ahead and save scene. I actually need to save. I'll save this one. And this one. So make sure that the proper one that Gauguin's getting has vertices that are fully connected. All right, cool. So now that that's done, I'm gonna go ahead and bring these elbows up. Okay, so yes, I do need this line up. This looks really goofy because it's not rigged right, so it's kind of like a faux rig. But it does help with getting some cool information, at least for right now, anyway. Okay, just make sure it looks a little more natural. Right, kind of get this looking correct. That looks better, but it's not there. So this elbow should be pretty much there we go. Sharp, I think. It currently is. Well, we actually have some multiplayer functionality, but it's just like kind of lagging behind at the moment. So we're getting that going though. So I think it'd be a shame to have a cart game that was single player. So that's not the plan. That would be a real shame. I'd keep it single player if I didn't want to make any sales. Yeah, I guess. I was just like, you know, I just want to waste a lot of time and not gain anything from this at all. But no, it's that's the plan. That's for sure the plan. It just multiplayer is its own beast, and finding the programmers that know how to do multiplayer has also been its own beast. Okay, so now I have Mr. Robot pose. So not there yet, but it's getting there. So I here can kind of choose what I want to do with like the props, for instance. So I think I want to have him holding the gun. So that's one thing we can have going. But anyway, this is kind of how I would run it if I was doing it in Maya. But I actually really don't want to do it in Maya because Maya sucks for this. So I'm actually going to throw everything in ZBrush. This is just kind of how I would do it in Maya if I absolutely had to. This is okay for maybe like a robot character, but to do it really well, I think I just need ZBrush. So I'm gonna go ahead and open ZBrush and throw all these FBXs in ZBrush, and I'm gonna show you why it's better in ZBrush. Because ZBrush is notoriously just sculpting software, but actually you can make a really cool pose with it, and relatively easily too. There's a few caveats, but it's fun. All right, don't show again. Let's go ahead and export these. So export selection. It should keep them as FBXs in different layers. How many characters is the plan right now? So I would love to have a roster of 10. That is what I want to go for. So right now it's right now we have 3 in game. This is the 4th character, but I really want to have 10. Like at least for the initial. I want to have more. If the game does well, I'll definitely have more. But I think initially it'd make the most sense if the people had a few extra options. So it's gonna be team v team 4v4 racing mode. If you didn't have a few other options you could pick from, I think it'd be kind of lame. All right. All right, so I'm gonna go into ZBrush and let's get this guy posed. Oh, yeah, that's right. ZBrush is finicky. There's a weird glitch on ZBrush where if you have multiple screens, which you likely will because of a drawing tablet, when you open it up, you need to like minimize it, and then it snaps to like one of the other screens, and then bring it to the screen that you want it to be, maximize it again. That way, when you minimize it, it will always stay on that screen. I don't know why it does that, it just does. I appreciate that, yeah. Yeah, it's been fun. Appreciate that. Alright, so now in ZBrush, I can go ahead and import and basically the talk posed. So I'm going to go to Chaos Cart, Characters, Talk, and I need to find Talk Posed, FBX. There it is. Import. So now it's importing all 4 of them. Oh cool, they actually came with the colors. Nice. I'm going to increase the document size. Let's go ahead and double this document size. And then bring it in. I like to go to skin shade so it's a little bit more easy to see. Okay, so with this, I have them in these different sections. I think it probably would be the most wise to... I'm going to go ahead and hide what I'm not going to use, which is going to be these ones. And I'm going to actually get the blaster as close as I can to Talk's hand before I get started on this. Let's go ahead and move it over to his hand. All right, cool. So I mean, this is, you know, it'll actually be, his hand will actually be up like this. Oh, you know what? I actually wanted him to be left-handed. That's what it was. Left-handed. So left-handed, he's driving and he's shifting with his other hand, and then he's holding his gun with his left hand. That's right. That's why this cable is on this side. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this close to where I think he'll be holding it. And then I can start this new process, which is Z plugin, transpose master, and T-pose mesh. All right, this right here. Before I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and solidify it real quick. Before I do that, there's a little addition I need to do. So before anything else, we want the textures to not be squelched in ZBrush. Sometimes it does, and so what I noticed that the best way to make sure that the textures don't get screwed in ZBrush is to go into UV Master under Z plugin, turn off symmetry, and flatten. And then now I can see that there, you know, my UVs have cleared. All right, so I'm gonna go and undo that, unflatten. I'm gonna do that with all of these real fast. Flatten. I don't know why does this happen, but in the past that's just kind of what has occurred. Where if I don't do this process, sometimes I'll export the cool pose, but then UVs won't transfer, and then I wasted my time. So flatten, unflatten. I won't be using the wrench, so I don't care about the wrench, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. Flatten, unflatten. Cool. All right, so now back to it. I'm gonna go to my Z plugin, and I'll go over to transpose master. So T-pose master, or T-pose mesh. Okay, so excuse me. What's so good about this is that I actually think it may be cool to have like him like shooting forward. I think that'd actually be pretty fun. Anyway, I can mask. So if I hold control, I can go over to this button right here and then go to your lasso mask, and now I can lasso a whole mesh that I want to not affect or want to affect, and then I can just move it around. This is without those layering things, and so it makes it's more of an organic process. So I can actually I mask this out and then I'm moving it over here. Because before anything, I want to go ahead and have a cool pose for Talk, so I actually want to get this out of the way. Now for Talk himself, let's see if this works. Okay, I'll grab him, and to grab him, I did control. I held control, and I'm pulling, like I'm left clicking and dragging on the mesh. Now I can do it on other meshes, and it'll kind of it kind of clears it. So the problem is he has a lot of meshes, and so I think what would be best is if I actually accept this, and then I kind of move him where I want him a little bit more. So I'm gonna go, because I want him to kind of maybe standing up into the car or something. So let's go ahead and just do cool. Alright, so I'm just gonna move his whole body right now in normal mode again. And maybe it'd be good fun if he was standing up, or if he was just something where he's a little bit more closer to where his final thing will be. So maybe roughly if he's sitting down, I can do a sitting down one for right now. Could be a fun extra pose. I'm gonna have him clipping through the seat, like in the back here, and I can adjust the legs next. So I think what I'm gonna do is I want to hide this and then just worry about his legs for now. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do T-pose mesh. I'm gonna go and lasso his legs. I can soften this selection by control tapping the mesh, or if I want to go up more, I can control tap outside the mesh, then control tap the mesh a couple times. Do on the opposite side, just keep on flipping it, and then I can start giving him a seated feel. So I'm gonna actually move the pivot by holding Alt and adjusting it to his hips so that it doesn't stretch the mesh so much. I think I need to give him a little bit higher on this. Yeah, that feels like it might be better. There we go. Just a little more control here. I don't want it clipping through. It's like these are making it not so good. There we go. I just don't want those messing up. There we go. That feels good. It might just end up clipping a little bit. That's fine. So I'm gonna move this here for right now, and then what's cool about this is I don't have to rely completely on this. I can actually use this snake hook tool and affect some of the geometry back here that's pulling super hard. So I'm gonna actually turn on symmetry for right now and pull these bands up some so that they're not being super stretched. Let's give him his butt back. Right. And then this crotch is kind of pushed into way too much. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this out some. Okay, that feels better, right? So now I can go ahead and I'm going to get close to where his knee would be, roughly there. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring his knee down. So that's too sharp. I'm going to reduce this. Something that's being too sharp. All those vertices are not connected. That's what's going on. Dang it. That's annoying. I know I fixed that. That sucks. All right, so I need to basically adjust this where I'm not affecting that. So more like this. These are his socks. All right, cool. And then here I can just push these in to like kind of compensate here a little bit. Where like the feet or the shoes might like flex a tad naturally. So I won't spend too much time on this. I just want to get this in a cool pose. We can worry about the details later, but I think that I just want to show you how to make a really cool piece for your portfolio. Okay, this is for sure too sharp. Just gonna find that natural knee kind of zone. Where that knee zone would be. Probably like right around here. Cool. That ought to do. And for the hand, I can go with maybe right here. You can just lasso this hand off. Let's go ahead and get this. Give us a cool pose here. What I want to do is I want to bring this over to the elbow. Try to roughly get its position and rotation values. It's pretty close. So now it'll move more naturally based off of the elbow. I actually want to get it on the elbow, so like right there. So I can do just a little bit of a soft curve here, but I don't want to do it too much because it starts being like a little bit more bendy looking. And I don't like the way that looks. See, right now it's like he has two joints, which looks pretty weird. So really what I need to do with the elbow is the elbow would actually extend down a bit and compensate for the stretching. So it actually come down like that. That's what would happen in reality. Make it look a little bit better. So I want to have maybe like this pose here, one hand on the steering wheel and one hand maybe even thrust forward. It could be kind of fun to see. So what I can do is I can extend the soft select. Maybe even deselect this zone and then soft select that out. Can deselect this zone. There we go. Let's see how this looks if I just pull it. Okay, it grabs pretty dang close to what I'm looking for. So, okay, a little bit more on the neck here. Let's see how that looks. Pretty good. Okay, so now I have this. Actually do something with it. That's a little bit too harsh. All right, so I'm gonna actually straighten out this arm. More so, I guess. It's gonna look a little bit jank at the moment. And then now I can just bring this arm straight out. So this is kind of what I need to do. I'm gonna just grab this. I'm gonna grab all these hard surface stuff first. So I'm filling it, and then I am adding the old ones essentially, and then now I can lasso the back here all the way to the underarm, and then I can soft select that natural kind of mesh. There we go. That should be effective. So now I'm gonna bring this to the shoulder area here, roughly. Let's bring this forward. Looks like we're giving him that's pretty close to what I'm looking for. If I only want to affect this, I'm going to go ahead and move this a little bit and shape it. So I'm actually going to go back and just do some shaping like that. And but anyway, this is pretty close to what I'm looking for him kind of pointing forward. And then now I can just lasso this front and give him that kind of like shooting. Let's get that shooting pose going. Okay, here's the elbow. Bring it up a tad. So I need to as before, I need to bring down this elbow so it actually straightens like that. There we go. Looks better. Now I'm just going to do a small rotate. So we're just going to get that rotated to where it's a little bit straighter. Pointed more forward. There we go. I would say this is probably going to be very difficult for people who haven't done a lot of 3D modeling. So this is definitely, it's not something to do if you are less adept at 3D problem solving, for sure. Let's go ahead and curl this finger in. Woo, that didn't work. There we go. That was looking pretty funny. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and let's bring this back. So T-pose. This is so much easier with a rig, but we just don't have them rigged yet, so just kind of doing what I can do at the moment. I don't want it clipping into the glasses. Let's get that gun. Let's go ahead and grab this gun over here. Get it over to this hand. I feel like he's hiding too much. This feels too tucked in. I'm gonna go back to this point because I feel like this is just, yeah. Let me check the Maya real fast. I don't think his socks is his knees. I think it's like right above that actually. That's his knees. We'll get there. You'll have a fun end result. The hardest part is you're kind of just tucked away into the shorts, and so it's difficult to get to these vertices. That's really the only problem I'm having at the moment. It's just kind of there are ways to work around that with ZBrush, with like hiding certain vertices and everything, but it's a real pain. Like I do. Let's see, where is it? Select lasso. Just hide some of this geometry. Maybe that'll help a little bit. It's not accidentally affecting the shorts behind it. And these gonna go up. That's roughly okay. All right. So from here, I just want to affect these. I'm just gonna hide. I'm just gonna hide all this stuff. Alright, so I think what I need to do is just, I need to affect just this area. I think what's really stopping me is just these armor pieces are becoming a blocker, so I think I need to move them. Go ahead and move these over there. Now I can just worry about the shoulder. There we go. This is a lot easier. The armor is just getting in the way, and I don't want to flex the armor, stretch the armor, all that stuff, so that's why I was kind of being weird about it. So this is the elbow, actually. So I need to use this, and then move this. There we go, we're getting there. That's pretty much where I want it to be. All right, so I'm gonna move the hand in. No. Or is the weapon in now? So. Roughly there. It's like I need to do just a little bit more here. Right about there, maybe. Let's get it kind of on that palm. Okay, I think this needs to be up some more. I think the gun needs to be shrunk down a tad bit so I can fit in the palm a little bit better. It's hard to tell, actually. looks rough. Just have to get this thumb around here. Run a smooth here. Okay, well I kind of made it work. So I definitely need to adjust some of the proportions of my my hands since it's so difficult to get around this. I know it's gonna be a problem in the rig as well. So this is actually good to know. I'm actually trying to do the thing. It's like, can I pull it off? Yeah, it's just super troublesome. So I don't know if that'll be good practice. I think it will be. Okay, so this is fine. This is looking good. So it's just like the thumb that needs adjustments. Plus, this trigger needs to be larger. So I'm gonna go ahead and just elongate that. Not that much. Just grabbing this finger. Go ahead and bring it to that first knuckle. Go ahead and collapse that, and that's pretty much all I think I need to do with this finger. This finger, same thing. A little more extra flair, holding it a little bit like a skew, like that, kind of fun. Cool. That's pretty fun. I dig that. Bring it forward a tad. Like that. Just when it feels a little bit better in the hand. A little more like it naturally would. Roughly there. Yeah, that's good. Sure, this elbow is looking a little bit cleaner. All right, cool. So now that that's settled, I can go ahead and move this armor piece back on. And again, this is just if you haven't rigged your character. If you've already rigged your character, please do not do this. This is definitely a real pain if you don't have to do this. But it's really good for portfolio piece. If you don't have a rigged character and you want a cool portfolio piece that has a cool pose to it, then this is kind of the way to do it. I'm going to have this collar go above this armor. That's kind of what would happen naturally with this. Looks like he's got a neck issue right now. Fixed it. There we go. Okay, I want to kind of have a little bit tilt for him, so maybe like grabbing all this. Maybe bring this at the bend here. Give it a little bit of tilt. All right, and this last little bit is going to be, I need the cart to be able to see what's going on with grabbing the actual handle here, or the actual thing here. Just F. So I'm gonna hide this for now just to grab the let's have him grab this steering wheel. Let's make sure the steering wheel is on. Okay, so now that I've moved his arm approximately to the steering wheel, I'm going to rotate this forearm. More kind of above like this. I like the way that looks. It works more like on the top. Bring this back for the elbow. Whoop. Don't want to completely crush that sleeve. There we go. We have this go down, have this gonna go as if he's grabbing the steering wheel on the bottom here, like below this part right here. Maybe not that tightly. Yeah, roughly there. All right, so now these last fingers can probably all be adjusted in the same time. Probably. Let's see what we can do. Just need to curl that around that steering wheel here. Oh, what did I grab? Finding that finger. Right around there, the knuckle. That's about right. Hey, there it is. Looking cool. That's exactly what I was going for. So now with this pretty cool pose, um, I can decide to have his glasses up or down. I can have maybe for the hair, kind of do like a soft move or something. I could have it be kind of back a little bit more. It's actually moving or something. Maybe something like that. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and export all this out and get this over to Marmoset tool bag. So this is how my, let's see how this looks. Give him a little more back here. Like it's being compressed too hard. More of a flatter body. I don't want to give him this much butt. Just kind of coming straight down in here. If you want to move it to a single vertex, you just make your draw size really small. Like that. Awesome. Feels good. Oh, got a little bald spot here. Don't want that. No bald spots. All right, so now that we have our really cool pose, we need to go ahead and get this guy in Marmoset. So I'll go ahead and save this out. So save as. I'll go ahead and add this over to characters, talk new, and then I'll just have it here for talk underscore pose in case I want to change it. Maybe have like a wrench on top or something like that. I probably actually should give him a little bit of an expression here too. Give him a little bit of a something. I think he has his teeth in here. Yeah, he does. As well, it's easy to forget about that stuff. Yeah, he's got his teeth and tongue in here. So maybe I could add something like that. making sure it wasn't breaking anything here, which it currently is. So what I can do here is I can just pull this away for just real quick, and just so I can fix this. It's just an easy fix, so it's just gonna be pulling this back in and then pulling this down. All I wanted to do was raise his eyebrow. And then, okay, so I can bring this back in. So I know I just brought it straight out. So I can just bring this straight back in before it starts clipping into itself right here. How much was overhanging? Let's find out. More like this. Cool. Awesome. So what we're going for. Cool. All right. So now I fixed the expression. I've got a cool pose. The elbows look okay now again. He's grabbing the steering wheel. Everything feels pretty good right now. So I'm going to go ahead and save it out again. So save as, talk posed, yes. Don't save document, save over here in the top right if you're using ZBrush. Document does not matter, unfortunately. So it's kind of confusing that way. Okay. I'm going to get him in a new Maya scene. Well, first off, actually, let's go ahead and get him in his normal scene. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see. I'm going to rename this with a 1 at the end of each one. It's not going to be an official mesh, all that stuff, so naming convention doesn't matter as much for the pose stuff. Rename. Okay, go ahead and save one more time. Let's go and export. I'm going to always export as FBX, and it'll batch export. So I'm going to export as talk posed. Yes. And then on the settings here, I want to do visible, not selected. Or I can do all, actually. I'll do all. And then should be good. So now I can export that out. Okay, file exported. Let's see how it looks in Maya. Okay, I'm going to bring that in. There we go. Here's new talk. And I'm gonna just create a group of this. So Control G, Control H is the original. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and it might be a little bit more, some kind of issue here. I can figure that out later though, but I think this is good. So it looks lighter than the original. The original is definitely darker. I like the lighter color actually, so I'm gonna not bother with it right now. Anyway, so I'm going to, this looks good. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring this into Marmoset. Talk posed. I'm gonna go ahead and delete these two. Okay, so we have all this like clippy looking stuff. This is not looking good. So I can actually go about, oh, let me put that back on. So this actually needs to be smoothed. Soften, soften. There we go. Okay. So first off, I want to add just a little bit of an animation. It can be super, super, like almost nothing. We can add 30 FPS and maybe just 120 for right now. So if I had, let's just say this was keyframed and then it was keyframed again here, how fast would that look? Okay, so let's make sure that when I export this, export selection, I'll do maybe pose 2. Let's go back into Marmoset toolbag. And let's go ahead and bring in pose 2. Oh yeah, I need to export animation. That's right. So I need to go back into Maya and export animation. So export selection and check animation because I had that off for ZBrush. Okay, pose 2. Let's see how it looks in Marmoset. Marmoset's actually pretty good about auto fixing. But let's see. This is mostly for geometry fixes and that kind of thing. So, okay, so let's bring this in here. All right, cool. This is just an example of what I can do. So if I want to have a small small animation or a small, yeah, kind of a small breathing animation or something, go ahead and delete that. Put this back to 0. Modify. Center pivot. Center pivot. Just for the pose one. All right. So yeah, if I wanted to, I could have kind of like a breathing type of animation or something. But yeah, I think it's just a lot at the moment. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. If anything, I could have like the vehicle kind of rumbling around or something like that. I could have this, maybe. Something really basic like that. So yeah, if I had this with the character, it'll feel a little more natural. So if I can have like I can S, and then I can do even just a little bit of something here where I have them scale out a tad bit, then in a tad bit, out a tad bit, in a tad bit. It's just to add a little bit of something. If I'm going to be doing that, I need to make sure that it's looks fluid. Okay, so now when I have him scale up, I need to make sure that the gun scales up with it so it looks more natural that way too. So, or like at least moves with a breathe. What's up, Mir? How's it going? It's been a minute. Really, what might be even easier with this is if I merge, which makes more sense. If I merge these two together. So I'm going to go ahead and merge these two, the gun and him, and then, well, I need to get rid of these keyframes first. Delete. Merge. So I'm going to keyframe, breathe out, and that way the gun scales now with it, which is cool. In, out. I'm just scaling it just a tad. It's super subtle. Okay, that feels pretty cool. It's a bit strange in a way. But it's fine. I like it enough. So with this, I could do something like super simple. Pretty good. Just been working on my game still. Kind of getting some cool poses for some marketing and that kind of thing. Getting this guy on a really fun little viewer at the moment, but yeah, it's been pretty good. Be probably moving again here soon. We'll see what happens. actually, let's move forward a little bit more. But yeah, I'm just keeping busy, mostly. Keeping busy working on stuff. I'm still teaching a few classes as well, so I'm still a professor. Yeah. Here we go. This is actually where the first thing is, so I'm actually going to delete this. Whoop, not delete this. I'm going to want to delete the keyframes, please. Go ahead and just copy and paste it on here. There we go. Go ahead and paste it on the final frame. There we go. And then this second frame can just be go ahead and delete that. See if I can kind of try to match it a little bit. Not perfectly, but just a little bit. That can be like a little fun experiment. Cool. Yeah, I digged it. So now into the animation, where is it? The animation mode. Save this out. So in animation mode, there is a chart where it likes to do, let's see here, let me break, linear tangent, and then break. Yeah, so break tangents, linear tangent. So do the same thing on these. Break tangent, linear tangent. Cool. That should be all I need to do. So now I can bring this into Marmoset Toolbag and get a really cool render. So let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and export selection. Make sure that the animation is selected. So post to, animation selected, 120 frames. Good. All right, cool. So now I can go over to Marmoset Toolbag. Let's get this new animation in. It's light animation, but it's prevalent. It's there. Let's go and delete these old ones. And then let's bring in talk to. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, super subtle, just kind of something fun. Okay, it's clipping because it's not the right frame. So I think I need a keyframe. So frames 120. That should be all I need. There we go. All right, let's make this guy look really smooth. So, what I can do is, so albedo is already working. I can adjust this if I want to change this type of thing, but I actually want to only use one. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this, and then I want to just snap these materials on these other pieces. Because it's all one material for mine. Excuse me. Now, I want to go ahead and add my different pieces. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on the texturing process here. So I first need to go over into my Substance Painter and export properly. So for Marmoset anyway. When I go to here and go to, I believe it was.
So if you are interested in a career as a 3D artist, this tutorial was made for you. Check out the teaser trailer to learn more. For now, let's
Well, let's
concentrate
see.
on exporting
Yeah,
our
it's
textures
document.
into beautiful renders. So here within our export settings,
Yeah, document no alpha. I don't need an alpha for this. And I'll go to 16 bits. And then I want to make sure it's going to the right place. So I'm going to go to new, and then we'll go to posed.
and then really all we have to do is export it. I exported it into the same folder as the FBX.
Okay, and then
We'll
export.
jump straight into Marmoset. So first I'm open.
Okay, everything's been exported. Sweet. All right, so now that it's been exported, I can probably just cut this off now. I'm gonna go ahead and save. So that's saving at the moment.
In Marmoset doesn't look very spectacular. We can change things like our sky here if we want, the backdrop. I usually have it as an ambient
You can
sky.
do it, Substance. There we go. All right, so let's make this
I
look really
also
cool.
like color, but you can also put it here to the blur.
I'm gonna go into here and let's get these maps in here. So I'm gonna go to new and then posed, and then now I have all these different maps. I didn't really use metallic or height, so I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and delete my height at least for now. My color should be fine. Maybe it'll be a little bit darker than it is here, but this should be good. All right, so now I'm gonna bring in my normals. Direct, so that goes up here into normals, and then usually it's the wrong it's the wrong flip, and so to make it look correct, like right here it looks a bit off, and it also has all these seams. So check this out. If I go to Y flip, then it actually fixes quite a bit of that. Now this is happening, I think, because I smoothed everything. And so if I go back into here, and then I can go ahead and do my Danny Custom and smooth operations, unlock and process. Turn off soft select here. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and save. Let's export selection. Let's do this again. It should save my animations too. So let me go ahead and go back into Marmoset. And now it's fixed. So basically, yeah, I just needed to run that smooth operation, which kind of like hardens my UV edges and softens everything else. So, all right, this is looking pretty cool so far. So yeah, the normals make it look a lot better, and that's a lot more clean. So let's get some more stuff in.
A good impression of what the HDR image actually looks
Go to
like.
sky mode and just kind of play with that for a second.
So picking the right sky is very important, and we will get back to that later. And for now, let's just
Let's
open up
see.
the folder where we exported all our things into.
All right, so I'm gonna go over to my gloss map, which should be my rough, or I can actually just go into my roughness now. And so let's go and bring the roughness into here. Okay, so roughness looks pretty good. You used to have to, so now I can kind of adjust my roughness as a whole if I want to have it more glossy or not. That looks pretty good. I just don't want it too wet feeling. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so, and then we have our ambient occlusion. So I can go over to occlusion, turn that on, and then right here we have occlusion. So I can go bring in my mixed AO here to the occlusion. I actually didn't want to have very dark occlusion, so this adds just a little bit of pop, but I can still adjust the occlusion how I want to. But maybe like want to have it a little softer, so maybe I can just reduce it to maybe 75% ish of what I was going to have it as. So let's see how that looks now. Okay, I think it's because it's brought in it has the old one, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that old one. And it has a duplicate of this too, so that's been a little bit goofy. Can delete that. Okay, so this is the original talk 2, so I'm gonna get rid of this. These are the old iterations of these. There we go. Now I have the final one. So I just didn't delete them cleanly, so now it's fixed. So now I can play and it should be fine. Awesome. All right, so let's keep this moving.
So for our ambient occlusion, we actually have to add a field here that says occlusion. So just really click on that arrow and then you is then and for the emissive.
I don't have any transparency, but I do have an emissive map. So let me go ahead and bring that emissive in. So emissive, and let's bring emissive in here. Some fun glowy bits. All I see here is glowy. I can increase the intensity of the emissive here. I kind of want it to be pretty intense. And then here I can adjust if I wanted to. I can adjust how it glows. Right now I'm just going to have it as white so it stays. But I can also adjust it to where it can be more green or more yellow. Kind of just gives it a little bit more freedom with this. But I'm going to keep it white so it kind of stays on its original coloration. I'm going to have the emissive be pretty dang glowy. So, something like this. Like this looks pretty good to me.
Other textures, Mac_body, and I'm just gonna go ahead do the same thing.
If I add the glow here, it actually makes everything glow without using the mask, and that's not what I want.
Base color, and then I actually forgot to set the specular.
So I'll keep that black.
So let's just go ahead here, drag the metal map here to our emissives out to the sides, and then we can just drag find the material in general. We notice here 2x30 differ, which then takes a moment. You notice that this plane doesn't look good at the moment.
All right, so I'm actually going to add. I'm going to go into my capture mode, and I'm going to update my settings. So if I go in my settings here, I should be able to bring it into, for right now anyway, a higher resolution. So my video mode, I'll have that be pretty high too. I'll up the height for everything at the moment, which might slow things down a little bit, but I think it'll still look nicer which is what I'm gonna go for at the moment.
this grain on it. And that is something that will actually disappear once we make a render and put our sampling rate all the way up here to 400, which then takes.
I'll bring my sampling up to 100 for right now. So bring my sampling from here to 100. And I think that's fine. So let's okay for that too. There we go. I want to add. I want to make it 400 eventually, but yeah, this is just for right now.
But it will definitely get rid of all that stuff. And also we have yet to do our render settings
I
and
think I have all my
the
textures in there
different
now. I didn't use
textures.
metallic at
So
all.
let's continue.
So
So
if I threw
here we
metallic, it
go.
wouldn't matter at
One
all.
thing that I almost forgot. You can notice that there's a bit of a greenish tint here on that body.
Let's
And
see
in
here.
order to make sure turn the backdrop blur down, sky here from the beginning. Definitely take a look here of the Cathedral O2 for the moment. Later I'm gonna show another pre-H here to our that by
Let's go over to
settings
render settings
and
and let's see what we can
definitely fantastic
play
how
well
we
with
can
that
make it
actually.
look. So picking the right sky is one thing. I'm gonna leave it here with the
So
Cathedral
I'm
O2,
gonna have everything on
but
pretty
later I'm
high
gonna show
settings.
another sky as well, just to demonstrate how quickly and we can
Voxel.
change things. But most importantly, I want to go over here to our global settings, which can be found under
I'm
the
gonna add
global tab.
AO.
You can also get to it if you
Have
click on
my
that
AO
menu.
strength be kind of
So within our render settings here, we
decent.
have a few checkboxes that by default are disabled, and you want to make sure that you turn on local reflections. You can definitely see we get a whole bunch of extra
I
depth
might change
highlighting
GI
just
for
by
maybe a little bit
enabling
later.
that.
I think that's gonna be too much on
You
my system
also
right
want to
now.
turn on high-res shadows and our AO here. And speaking,
Yeah, I want high res shadows in the AO. Yeah, I think that this is pretty good. Increase the viewport resolution. High DPI.
ambient
I'm just waiting for everything to crash. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say this one more time and then turn off my ZBrush stuff. The less applications, the better I have going on. So just hope that my stream doesn't crash when I'm doing this rendering stuff. That's the one concern I have about doing this on stream. Let's go ahead and cut this. Turn anything that's not I'm not using right now off. Turn off Pandora even. That's good. Let's see.
occlusion, you will also find that we have these two sliders here. And if you take a look here at these shadows that we have here in the edges, we can just further enhance them a bit by just cranking that all the way up here. And the occlusion size, if we want, we can bring it down. But in
Change that. Let
general,
me
I
check out
just
the
like to
occlusion
have
again.
it here by the default settings. Another cool new feature that we have here in Marmoset Toolbag 3 is global illumination, which simulates indirect lighting, like light bouncing and color bleeding and all these things that just help it to make it look more realistic on top of what we already have. So global illumination can be quite performance heavy, and that's why I usually like to disable it. And then once we have our actual sky here set up and added a couple of
I think I
lights
need to
here,
add some lights. I think that's going to be
on, you can see that
heavily
it just
affected by
appears.
this. So
And it would also be the right
let
time
me
to
see
actually
here.
start working on our lights here. Start making that scene look
So I'm gonna go to sky, and there's a couple ways to add lights. For one, you can add lights here, so I can just add a general light, like a spotlight or something like that. So I can add external lights, or I can just add a light directly to my scene. So if I go to sky, I can actually add a light in my skybox specifically. Um, so let me show how I do that. Make sure this is the skybox that I want actually first. Um, let's see here. So right now it's ambient sky, blurred sky. There's color as well. I think that's be fine. I actually don't mind the skybox. You can go to scenes and adjust it. So you can go to sky browser and have these different things. That looks pretty cool. I like The Canada Glacier looks pretty fun. Um, this Castle Sunset looks cool. I think he needs to be in some kind of like deserty area. I think that would be pretty cool, but not that to that level of just. But I think Desert Road probably Desert Road or Castle Sunset look pretty cool. I think this just shows up really well. This is like super clean and stylized looking on this glacier here. But I think Desert Road. I think they're both pretty cool. So I'm gonna do for right now. I'm gonna do this. Um, so I like that a lot.
the light editor, that's where all the action happens pretty much. And we're just going to start by clicking somewhere in here. And you will then see that it actually added the light here. And it also picks up
All right, so yeah, I'm
automatically
gonna click on this and I'm gonna
the
add a light,
light that we kind of dropped it on. So that way we can pretty much enhance
and
the
we'll get
light
that 3 point light set up, or at least 2 point light set up. So I want to do here, and I want to do one
so
here.
we can do that too.
Not yet
We
though.
can also, if we want, go in here and
I'll click on
control
this
all
light,
the
and I can adjust the
brightness
brightness and everything.
and
So
turn things up. We can control the distance and all sorts of things. We can also change our color here if we want. The only thing to be aware of is that if we go back to our sky editor and we move that light, it will then also change our color in our properties panel.
yeah, I like
You
that.
see that little icon here indicates the current color that we have
What I
applied.
noticed the distance usually ends up looking like is like it kind of fades
So we see here what we have applied.
shadows. So like this might be a little bit softer when I
But what you
upgrade my
can
distance.
do here, and this is where we
Sometimes
light up individually here, is to just place a single light
shadow
bulb
offset just kind of like it pushes the shadow a tad bit. It's a little bit
just
different.
below the center
Um,
for these child lights.
what's
So you can see
really
that this
happening
light
is that because I don't have
is
I haven't didn't turn on OpenGL or GI, so that's why it's a little bit more sharp. But if I did, so if I turn this on now, hopefully it doesn't crash on me. It's a lot more clean, but also the rendering speed is just way slower. But yeah, that's this is what's going to make it look really good. But I think I need for right now anyway to not just absolutely kill my graphics card. Um, but yeah, it actually looks a little bit different when I do this. So it's like everything's a little bit darker and a little bit deeper toned. So yeah, I think initially I'll eventually need to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and save out just in case it crashes on me. So I'm gonna go to new, posed, and go to talk underscore pose. There we go.
Pura white, and that just indicates that without us actually moving the individual light settings, we changed it here globally through
Gonna
the
go back to my lights.
color brightness parameter, which I'm gonna leave
I
to
think I'm gonna have this
default.
be a little bit yellow, kind of like as if
So
he's in the
let's go
desert.
ahead and add more lights here to our scene. Let's take a look at our backdrop here. And in particular, we can change the
Not that
intensity of
yellow.
our backdrop blur. We can control our brightness, but we can also change it to something like an ambient sky, which kind of makes a mix
Something
out
like
of
that
the
I think would be
colors
cool.
that we currently have here in our background. And that is ideal if we don't really care to have an image showing there, and we just want to have it.
Maybe I will have the sky be an ambient sky, so it's not really a full background. It kind of already is that. I can also just do color, and that just turns like everything off. It just has that kind of like a typical color. Sky will actually add the sky box, but I think I would like ambient sky better as like just a typical render stuff. I want to see on my scenes. Castle Sunset looks pretty cool. Desert Road. Yeah, I feel like Desert Road's pretty cool. I think I still like the Canada Glacier the most.
dark background, which is what I'm aiming for here with that render. So I don't want to have it pitch black. I'm gonna leave it at zero point 0.1 here without
But I like how
changing
this
the
emissive is kind of showing out now. It's like it has a little bit of this off glow here.
background color in place here.
It's really fun. See how different it is without the emissive popping.
Which right now is really not doing what we expected it to do. And that is, in the first place, a really nice reflection going on there. And we
Okay, let's see here. Let me move
this
forward with these
that you
lights.
can really control if you end up. So let's change the sunlight here. Of course, you can have more
All right,
lights
I'm
here,
gonna add another light right here.
but you don't want to end up having too many of them either. In general, that just makes it a bit too noisy and too hard to then really control. If you end up having even like a ton of lights in your scene, you end up with
There we go. I like it
really
right
knowing
around here
what
where it's kind of casting like this direction. And that looks pretty cool. So I'll get this 2-point lighting going. So I'm gonna have here and I'm gonna have one over here. So like here.
what more. And that's why I would recommend to have
And then maybe one under light if that looks okay.
no more than 3 lights in the scene. And
So I'm gonna add a backlight, but I'm gonna add it just manually like this. So I'm gonna grab this light right here, and I'm gonna add like this back spotlight kind of thing. So it's fine to have them in the skybox, but I also want to have them just like I want to have a trim light or a brim light, I think it's called, where it's kind of like hitting the top back of the character. This is a spotlight as well, so it's a little bit different. You can actually change that here. So omni or directional, that kind of thing. So I can change it to just kind of like, okay, if I want to have it be more of a central light, but this one's kind of like a world light, and that's also a little bit too harsh. So I think that spotlight is actually where I want to be. I'm gonna create the spotlight. Omni's kind of like an ambient light where you have like everything's kind of lit in a certain way. If I want to have like a ambient green and I want the whole scene to be green, then I could have that. Okay, so this is kind of just hitting the top backs mostly. The kind of get this really cool spotlight feel on it. It's also where the character is going to look more so when you're driving in the game. So I'll have it maybe like right here. Maybe have the tilt a little bit more, like right there ish. So let's see what we can do with this. We can still adjust it like the other lights. I need to have a front light because it looks way too dark in the front. I can adjust the brightness. I like to have the rhythm light kind of have like a little bit of love, like right around there where you have this cool effect.
I'm gonna undo that here. So if we were to go overheat that up here,
See, I wanted to cast shadows. So distance here's that blur or to kind of like this fade. How soft do I want it to be kind of thing. So if I want it to be like harsh, do I want it to be like a soft kind of just coming in like a little bit like that. The curve it kind of adjusts as well, kind of like the soft and the hard like nature of it. Shadow offset just affects where the light's coming from. I don't like to mess with that too much. All right, so width. Here's the kind of fall off. So how much do you want to fall off? So if I have like middle width and I increase the distance, then now I have a softer kind of fall off. And then angle is kind of like, oh, if I want to make it wider or not as wide, this is fine. It's like not a huge deal. So yeah, that can be my backlight, right? This is my rim light right here. So now I need a front light because this sucks where it's like it's kind of softly lit here, softly lit here. I could probably increase the brightness a little bit on both of these. But that's kind of just blowing out the textures here, so I don't want to do that too much. Just gonna crank this down again as well. Roughly around there. And then like for the front, I can do another spotlight. So I'm gonna just add another light here. And that's close to what I'm looking for, is just something that's gonna be casting at that angle. I'm gonna have it a little bit higher and angled a little bit. So like right here-ish, and then tilted down-ish. All right, so now I can grab this, I can adjust the brightness like I was doing with the back trim light. So let's see what I want to do here. I like it being brighter, but not like blown out. So maybe roughly right on there. Here, if I wanted to have that more deserty feel, I could have a little bit of orange yellow kind of vibe. I can have like this a little bit more pop with the orange yellow. Something like that. That feels pretty cool. Just like a light dip into it. If I go too harsh, it kind of just saturates everything, makes everything feel a little bit weird. So I think this kind of like more soft yellow does pretty well. And then I can brighten that up a tad bit more. I think that looks pretty cool. That back rim light could also be a similar vibe, so that it feels like a whole like desert thing again, like a more of a cohesive thing. So I can kind of pop that to be just to kind of adjust there. There we go. That feels pretty good. All right, so now we have kind of like this cool feel. I like that a lot. Go ahead and save again before it crashes on me. Save scene. He adds some on the main camera. Can unfurl some of these. So we have Bloom. And Bloom's going to be the effect of the emissives plus kind of glowy nature. So if I can up the bloom, but too much bloom looks pretty bad. One thing I like to do is adjust the field of view to be pretty small. So it looks crazy for right now, but it looks pretty good over time. So like right around maybe 15 to let's see here. I'll do maybe 17. Everything kind of just pulls forward with this, and I really like the way that feels. Yeah, a closer field of view just feels better to me. It just makes it feel like alive and 3D and pushing at you. Essentially, this kind of flattens things. Some people like that really crazy field of view where it's like coming out at you. Like if I increase it heavily, then it almost like it extremifies that, like it kind of like stretches it out like this, you know. So I can have some kind of fun like this where it's like extremifying the character maybe. But this is definitely a stylized choice that I feel like looks okay for certain things, but for portfolio piece especially, I think that around 15 to 17 looks pretty good. A little more of a flat field of view. Let me go back, just Control Z a couple times, and it like does back spacing off of like distance as well. So backspace until I get 17 again. There we go. So by 17. To me, this feels like a lot more clean, a lot more professional.
Personally, I quite like that look here. We're almost more or less in the same proportion. So under focus, we have our depth of field settings.
So I'm gonna open up focus.
Enable it.
If you do depth of field, be careful with depth of field because
Under
it can blur things like this.
this is the
Um,
distance here.
so I'm gonna pause this real quick, and then I'm going to
Until
adjust the focus. So if I do the focus distance to be up more, it kind of has this like sweet spot where like okay, how much do you want it to focus? I could do my far blur and near blur. So this is my distance of focus. But yeah, I just think it's like it's a little bit of a choice that you need to be careful with, because you don't want to. So I'm gonna increase my. If I decrease this, I think it's okay if it's light. So like, I'll do maybe. See if I do like this far blur, then it should be like killing some of the tires. If I okay, this is a pretty good sweet spot right there. Um, but if I were to zoom in, then it kind of affects it a bit more differently because it's distance related. So anyway, I just think that if you're going to be doing field of view stuff, then just reduce it like this. Um, anyway, okay.
you
I
see
don't mess with much of the other stuff. The
you want
I
everything
do kind of like having the
blurs out to the back.
oh, where was it?
So you can then further
The vignette or vignette.
sharpen the
Um,
near blur. So for
if I add a
example, if I
vignette,
increase that here,
this increases kind of like this. It's like a black circle that comes around. I actually like the vignette, but I think it's good in a softer feel. So like just where it kind of blackens the corners a little bit. I don't want it to like it starts fading off. We're just where you have more of a central point here. That's what I like a little bit. So just a little bit of fading off right here. It feels pretty good. Something like that. I can blend it better with my softness. I like that a lot. It feels pretty good. But yeah, see, I just don't want anything to feel blurred or obscured. So I'm really just not sure if I want to have focal. So if I turn this off, turn it back on. I'm gonna keep it off for right now. I think that just it's just nicer. Um, but yeah, okay. So grain, you can decide if how much you want or not. I personally don't like grain that much. I think it's just in the way. Um, but I think that it's very typical to have a light amount of grain. But I just don't think it's worth anything or keeping it on. So
model around. So by just a little bit around the edges if you zoom in and out, you don't want it to be too strong or else you get these artifacts very fast. It's the same bit of a bump here with our sharpen. And then after we did our post-processing, we can always go back and adjust it if necessary.
let's see here.
We can also adjust the brightness of the image.
All right, I'm gonna go back to render. I'm gonna go ahead and save real quick.
You want me to do the same? So if I
Okay.
cranking that up, you can see what's happening here. It kind of comes with a price of having a
Scale,
slightly
local
different
reflection.
look that we had on before. So for now, I'm just going to leave it at 1. And then after we did our post-processing, we can always go back and adjust it if necessary. And
I'm
speaking
not
of
gonna worry about
post-processing,
watermark. I
let's
don't need
switch
that
back to our main camera.
problem. I think this is looking pretty good. Yeah, high
There's a
DPI.
bit of a bump here with our
Um,
sharpen.
I think this is all looking pretty solid.
To be too strong, or else you get these
So back
artifacts.
on the main
The
camera,
same
I can
thing if
affect.
we were to
I kind of like the sharpen, but only if you have it by a little bit. If I crank this up super hard, then it kind of gives this like really weird vibe, this really weird kind of view. So I think I just kind of like to have a little bit, like it's like a just a little bit would be fun. Yeah, because like you can go from completely soft to like way too sharp. I think it's nice to kind of get the details in there, so I don't think a little bit of sharpness is good. So I think that looks pretty fun. Let's go rotate around this guy. Yeah, I think it's pretty okay. Um, let's see. I think aperture. Let me see here. If I remember right, aperture is kind of just like this blur thing. If I remember right. No, that's the wrong one. I think it might have been flare. So yeah, flare pulls that emissive more so, but it's like almost like a global emissive. Yeah, where was that? There's like one more option that's like it's a fun little addition that you can add to it. I think it was. Yeah, field of view just feels bad to me. I just don't want to. I don't want to add that. I feel like it just feels too much distortion. Oh, that's what it was. Chromatic aberration. So if I crank this up, it actually kind of brings this kind of fun red effect, see that kind of blurry effect kind of thing. I actually like that a little bit. So I want to increase this. Just a tad, and that actually almost feels a little more like um, SSS or like almost like a skin bounce, or I think it's just a little bit fun to have that. I think that's that's really all I need to do. See, like if I go back to bloom, I think I can adjust the color for bloom. Let's go back to bloom. So on bloom, if I increase the bloom, it's just a general color jump, but I can actually bring it to the initial emissive feel here. Kind of this like green, yellow. But yeah, it just kind of kills a lot. A lot's going on in the scene, so I actually don't want to bother with this too much. I think a little bit's okay. If I can bring the brightness up a tad more. So this is the main spotlight that's on him. So it should just kind of blow him up and everything. Oh, that's the backlight. I see. I see. Hey, Tofu. So yeah, this is the. If I. Hi, Tofu. Do you want it all the way bright? I want to have it. I want to have it brighter. I think that's probably good to have it brighter and then slightly more saturated. So maybe something like that looks pretty good to me. But then like a little less bright, something like that. Cool. I think that's a pretty good vibe. I like this quite a bit. Let's see if I can increase maybe the sides. It's the tad bit more. I think the sides look a little bit too dark. That's good. And this is a bit too much. Yeah, it's definitely. I can increase the width so it kind of blurs it out a bit. And then the brightness. Okay, so 2.8 feels good to me. And then on this side, I'll Double up on that because we want the focal point to be kind of the gun and the head. So one thing I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna have one more light. So I'm gonna go ahead and save before it crashes on me. Just make sure my audio is going okay again. Okay, it's fine.
And we also get, so that just makes sure that we have the best quality settings and we get the most out of our render. But overall, I think we have a pretty solid render. It's good now that we have the skylight and the
So
interior.
yeah, I'm gonna
We
have
just want to have a
one
quick
more
look at
light.
it. But overall, I think what
Specifically,
we
this is gonna be our gun light. So this is gonna be to help pop the gun more. So let me go back to lights. Let me just bring it over to the gun. I'll just be super local. Okay, let's have it kind of faced a little bit more. There you go, something like that. I can up the width so it's not so direct, and then up the spotlight angle. There we go. And then this just needs to be a little bit more. See how this looks. I dig it. That feels pretty good. All right, yeah, I think that's a wrap. So now to get some cool render shots, I can
whenever I've seen one occasion
here. Let me get over here. So yeah, to get a cool final kind of shot here. So this still feels a little bit blown out. So maybe I think it's these cameras though that are doing it. Just by a little bit. I think that's just a little too bright. All right, so go ahead and save, and then I can go ahead and just capture. So capture, and then I can do an individual image. So if I go over to image and open, let me get a cool shot that I would like to have. Something like this, be cool. So on my capture, I can choose on my settings. I'm gonna go to the 400 sampling. So when I get maximum quality from these, high quality, high quality. Let's go to max quality on this too. And then okay. Here we go. All right, so now I can get a really cool clean shot. So capture, and I can go to image to clipboard. That way I can save it. So image clipboard. I think something's a little bit too shiny. I think that the specular and intensity, I think that needs to be dropped. Like the Fresnel is making it kind of a little bit more glowy in a way that I don't want. Let me see what that looks like when I drop those down. That in just a moment. You can do it. Move that over here. So I kind of like that a little bit. But yeah, the under the chin looks a bit too odd. So I can add a little bit to this. So I have more glow on the gun, like this. And then maybe for intensity, for her horizon occlusion, I can't really tell what that does. So I'm not too worried about that. So I feel like that's a pretty cool area. So I'm gonna go ahead and save again. Save scene. Capture. Let's do. Yeah. Okay. Image. Let's get a screenshot image and see what this feels like. And this should just save to your desktop. Unless you have set it otherwise, you might better select a path on the settings. But I think I just have mine saving to desktop. So here's my the one I just did. Oh, it just because it opens in Adobe, I guess. Do open with photos. There we go. I just want to have it open with photos. So yeah, this was my old one with the little bit higher Fresnel, which kind of gave it like a this bottom thing here. So this next one won't have that same effect. So we went through like posing with Maya and ZBrush to like giving it a small animation to adding some cool lights and render stuff, and now I'm going to show you how to bring it into your portfolio for like your art station and that kind of thing. So all right, let's see how that image looks. Should be pretty good. I don't know why it's opening Photoshop again. Let's see. Open with photos. Yeah, that looks super clean. High res and super clean. Hi, Tofu. What do you want, girl? What do you want? You want to go outside? All right, one second. I'm going to let my cat outside, and then I will. You want to go outside? Here he goes. Here he goes. Awesome. So now, yeah, I like how much control I have over in Marmoset. I think it's really cool. It's a really cool rendering software. All right, so now let's get a cool 3D turnaround render. This is the real McCoy, the big stuff. So here, I go down here. Let's get maximum quality here. Um, yep, everything should be good. Hi, Tofu. Hello. Hi, sweetie. Hi, Tofu. Oh, hello, Tofu. Oh, hello. I think I want to add some of Chaos Cart's like materials to this. So what I can probably do is I go into here, add this floor. I need to scale that up. So the floor looks way too small. I'm gonna go to transform. One second. Tofu, you gotta get off my keyboard. Come on. Come on. Come on, Tofu. You're on my buttons. Yeah, you're on my buttons. Tofu. You're on my buttons. One second. I'll be right back. You're on my buttons. All right, cool. So let's go back into Marmoset. So I'm gonna go ahead and capture, and I can do video, but I actually want to do my turnaround real quick. So I'll do capture, image to ArtStation, and it's not really an image; it's like a turnaround viewer. Similar to the very beginning of the stream, where I was able to show the 3D render. So it's really a turnaround viewer. Oh yeah, I was adding a floor. That's right. Let me go ahead and wait for color gradient to respond. I need to add the floor. Make it look a lot cooler. All right, so I want to get this floor expanded. So I go to floor, scale, and we'll go to 3. Actually, won't scale on the Y because it doesn't have a height value. I wonder if we zoom in enough. Probably not, actually. Let's see what 3 looks like. Okay, so I need to make it to like, let's see. Okay, let's do 10. Let's do max value. Tofu? See, take a minute. Anything that's doing for rendering stuff is gonna take a minute. What you doing, girl? Hi. What are you doing, Tofu? She likes to play fetch. Come on, you can do it. Render quicker. Jeez. This might take some time. Well, while I'm waiting, I must bring it over to yeah, face only. So you can see my key cat. What are you doing? You wanna play? Yeah. You wanna play? Oh my. Oh the kid. Oh the kid. Takes a while to render. Actually, yeah. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, let's see. You really want some attention, huh? My goodness, Mouse. Will it even stretch that far? I don't think it will. Okay, yeah, I don't think it will. Hey, it did actually. Nice. Let's see if it'll do it. Both directions. Okay, so I should be able to add just some good texturing on here. Let me see here. So I think I should have um, environment textures. Let's see here. I think I do. I should be able to just add environment textures from this. So I will do maybe a street texture, or let's see. Let's see what this looks like. So I think it's on Lambert 1, if I remember right, for the floor. Probably Lambert 1. You can do it. Let's see, for right now I can just do it in here. So I can just make the floor larger, like that, and then I could do something like let's see. For this I could do 2020. Then I could go to sculpting mode, make this big. So the way that this would work, I can't do more textures. So I actually would have to do something like this, where I'll have multiple planes that are doing different things. So I can do maybe 3 planes like this, and I can have them just be deleted from like around this area. Same thing for this one. I could just go to face mode and then go try to delete. Like that. And then if I go back into sculpting mode, then I can just kind of push this in. Almost like a, yeah, it's almost like you're trying to do the 2 different materials, right? There we go. That's what I'm looking for. bring this down. We're almost done. We're like just trying to wrap up this, make a cool presentation, basically. That's all I'm trying to do here. All right, and then this is same deal. I'll go ahead and just duplicate this for now, just save some time. Okay, and then I'm just gonna bring this up a tad in the back. That's pretty much where I want to be. Cool. Looks good. Just kind of clipping it into this core area, core ground area. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and merge these all together. And then I can just add a new material. So assign new material. We'll do Lambert. Assign new material and Lambert. Okay, then for UVs, I can do camera base, so I can go just straight from this and from the top view, and then I can just do camera base, so I can do I don't know why it's on that view. Well, it should be camera based. I'm not sure why it's being a bit weird here. Save. Usually that pop out the differences here. But it's being a little bit slow on the go here. Yeah, it's like not changing modes for some reason. I'm gonna have to just get rid of this. I've got an end task. Let's go ahead and end Maya. It's probably because of this is rendering the background and it's just like taking up a lot of stuff. So now hopefully I can open up Maya again and keep that moving. So if I were to use this, I can just bring in these colors. So I think I just had normals and I had ORM too. Okay, so I have my color, I believe, for floor. Pretty sure that's albedo. But I had my normals. Characters, talk. Let me show you if I can open that last file. Should be fine. New. Pose. All right, cool. So now I can still open this. All right, so now, there we go. Now I have my UV mode. So now I can go up top, go to UV and camera based, and then I can go to UV editor. No, not set editor. UV editor. I'm gonna turn off this checker mode, and yeah, pretty much that's all I wanted to know, that I would be. It would look like this. Cool. So now if I go into here, I should show that I have two different materials. So I'm gonna delete what type history, and I have Lambert 1 and Lambert 2, so that's good. Sorry, 3 and 4. So 3 would be the grass, so I can just call this grass. 4 would be the ground. Ground. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and export this out. Export selection. I'm gonna turn off animation for this one. This doesn't need animation. Characters. New. Ground. I should be able to be good. What I can do really is I can just test the different textures while I'm waiting. So I think that, like, for instance, it's a ground texture. Just see what it looks like. Will it let me do that? Okay, it's not letting me do that. Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna see if this can speed up a little bit more. I'm gonna turn off. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off this. Hopefully this speeds up a little bit more. It's been super slow. I don't like how slow it's been. So I have grass cards. I have obsidian. Obsidian 1. I can do that. It could be fun. What I need to do is turn off GI. That'll really help speed things up a bit. While so for next time it clears up, starts responding again, I'm going to turn off GI so that it's not taking forever to to render this. And then when I'm done with adding the ground, I can open it up again. Go over to Photoshop. See if I can add a fade off. Okay, it actually, okay, good. So I'm gonna go over to my render, and then for right now, turn off G. Okay, so that helps a little bit. So with transparency, I can do dither. I just want to do a simple transparent thing for the ground. So something like do new file. This would be fine. This is just a mask. Should be like a white and black mask. Okay. So you need to have a certain kind of brush. So I'll do like that. A black spot from the Muppets. The John Silver Muppets. That was dope. Do like 500. Perfect. Okay, that'll do it. Now I can probably add it to blur. And if I can blur it even more, blur tool. It's a nice little fade off. Cool, that should do it. So I'm gonna go export selection. It probably needs to be inverted really, but just for right now. Transparent mask. Okay, so then I can add my alpha mask here, and let's see if it needs to be inverted. I'll just do an inverted one while I'm waiting. Image, invert, export selection, inverted. So now I can just exit out of this. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'm gonna bring this down. Yeah, this is just being mad slow. All right, mask downloads. I want to say that. Alpha channel. Hold on. I know I've seen this before. Where you're able to dither off the
Exactly.
ground
So
plane.
it goes back. And that way we have going to change in just a few moments. So now would be the diary and the actual and the albedo and all these things. So let's just go ahead here and scroll down to transparency and make sure you have it set to dither, if I pronounce that correctly. And then you can just drag that small texture in there, and that basically already takes care of it. So you probably notice that this grain doesn't look very good at the moment. We have all this grain on it, and that is something that we
Okay,
are going
it's like
to fix
refraction's working better.
once we make our render.
So yeah, I need to do the
So we
opposite
want
one.
the sampling rate all the way up here to 400, which then takes a moment to render, but it will definitely get rid of all that stuff. And also we have yet to do our render settings and make that all look nicer in general. So
Go ahead and cut that off.
there's one more important thing that I almost forgot. You can notice that there's a bit of a greenish tint here.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna do. So it needs to be dither. Um, it looks like it needs to be inside the color map actually for dither. Okay, yeah, that's what's going on. So I need to basically add it to the channel. So if I go over to I'm gonna go over to back to Photoshop. That's what was going on. Okay, that makes more sense. So I'm gonna bring in the posed texture here into Photoshop, and oh, not this one actually. I need to do it's the colored ones. So I need to figure out what I'm gonna do first for the ground. So I'm gonna delete this one, and then I'm gonna export or bring in the new ground. So where's my ground at? Let's see my ground by my posed. Was it? Oh, here it is. Ground. Okay, so I'm gonna bring in ground. And then I'm gonna make this, yeah, dither. Yeah, that's not working. So I think I'm gonna need to have it there. So I have it on. This is my grass. Okay, so yeah, grass. I'm gonna add transparency, dither, and then just have this be for right now anyway. This. And then same thing for ground here. I'll have a cutoff. So I'll add transparency, dither. On my albedo, I can just do this, and then I can have this be R. I'm pretty sure just be R. Okay, there it goes. This is working now. That's what I'm looking for. Might change the size of it, maybe a little bit more. Anyway, all right. So I need to add actual materials to these. So let's see here. This looks fun. I'll try this roughness. So let's see this obsidian. I'm not sure if it'll even work with this, honestly. Um, yeah, I'm gonna turn that off right away. All right, and then so from here I can add my roughness. So I can add roughness. Let's see. Change my gloss over to roughness. I may not need um, I may not need this at all. I might not need transparency. I think it's fine without it. So real quick on this, I'm gonna add normals. All right, cool. That was pretty cool. So I'm gonna go over to, let's see. So that's bedrock, and then I have natural stone. So let's see what natural stone feels like. So I'll bring my color in. Natural stone. It's looking a little bit odd. That's just the amount I can do. Okay, so that's good to have. I think we had some sand over here. I'm pretty sure we had sand. Trying to find the the textures for this. I know I had some environment textures I can use. Limestone tile. like that. There's some normals. Nice. I like it. So I'm just gonna cover the fronts like I did over here. I think that'll look better if I do that. So let's see here. I think the real thing I needed to do is a proper. Let's see. I'll do 5 by 5 total again. And instead, I need to do more of like a fade off from the beginning to the end here. That'll be fine. And then I can just do the blur tool. There we go. And then that can be my dither. Let's see. So let me export that out. And that'll be my new one. Kind of just fades off. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. The same thing here. Dither. Have that kind of fade off. And we'll do R again. Awesome. Looks good. All right, so now let's get this into portfolio. So to do that, I want to go ahead and bring it in closer. There we go. Get a really cool shot here. This ground texture, I actually want to increase the yellowness of it, so I'm gonna pop this to more of a orange. There we go. It feels pretty cool. And then the grass texture, or this ground texture, I can do more of a brown, so I can kind of get it more. Cool. Yep, I dig it. All right, so I'm gonna do capture. I'm gonna do an image for this one because it looks really cool now. And then when that's done, I'll do the ArtStation. It's kind of funny that it sticks so hard that the UI just stays popped out. Okay, image to ArtStation. So I'm gonna go ahead and log in on my other screen, but then I will show you from there. I just hope it's not too powerful, like the. Well, we'll see. So basically, you save it into this like viewer file. That's kind of how you have to do it. So I might be able to just export as viewer file. I think that might be the better way to do it. So I can export as a Marmoset viewer file here, or this capture I hope gets the post processing. That would be really cool if it did. I'm gonna try it with post processing. So I'm gonna go and turn my render enable GI for right now and see. Also needed to adjust this for now, so it's not just super glossy. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be a big deal for it, so that's good at least. Let me flip these. No, I feel like this is correct on this one. Maybe it was accounting for it. Yeah, I feel like this is correct. Okay, that's good. All right, so now that I have render and enable GI, I'm gonna go ahead and try to capture and say this out. So first off, I'm gonna do image. I'm gonna save this as a really cool little view here. So slow. Okay, did it save? It did. So here's a screenshot, which I think is gonna open Photoshop again. Okay, it's fine. Sweet. Yeah, that was great. Okay, cool. Well, that was awesome. And so let's go ahead and try to capture and see if it saves everything else. So I'm gonna go to I'm gonna go to ArtStation, image to ArtStation. We'll see if it allows it to save it with post processing included. It may or may not. Okay, so let's go ahead and log into ArtStation here. All right, so here's kind of what I have here, this viewer. So I'm gonna go to there. I don't know what this is being weird. And let's see if it saves post processing here. Could add extra pictures like from the screenshots I've been gathering. If I want to add some more, I can add them later probably. So let's see if it'll even allow me to find them. Let's see. In their desktop. Oh, here they are. Just passed by them. All right. So I'm gonna call this talk. So I'm gonna call this. Oh yeah. So chaos cart. 3D model talk. And it'll be the chaos cart art team, art direction, illustration, I need to find um, I need to find it at the Illustrator. So that would be Sketchcraft and ArtStation. So I need to find Sketchcraft. So Sketchcraft. So that's Rob. So Rob Duenas is um, is the person that made the original concept art for Talk. Unfortunately, he is going to be one of the artists that is leaving ArtStation because of AI. Um, and I think this is going to be more prevalent here and there for a lot of artists. It's going to be a pretty big deal. That's fine though. You can also just link them from whatever portfolio they're using. So I just need to ask them directly. Okay, what are you using so I can make sure you get credit for your work. Anyway, all right. So I'm gonna just do Rob Duenas for now. Rob Duenas. Original illustration. Rob Duenas. Just reference myself. Why not? And this is digital 3D. Subject matter. I'll do character modeling. Vehicle. And probably their weapons or props. Probably both. Well, weapons first. We'll add props too, if it allows me to do a fourth one. All right, cool. Does not have mature content. What software was used? We'll do Maya. Yep, it already knows that Marmoset Toolbag because I'm exporting it from Marmoset Toolbag. We'll do Substance Painter. Substance Painter. Where are you at? Where are you at? Stager. Substance 3D Painter. Sure, why not? We did Photoshop. We did ZBrush. We did a little bit of 3D. No, not 3D Coat. We didn't do 3D Coat for this one. I think that's all we used for this one. Tags. Chaos Cart. Baka Bros. Entertainment. Cart. I could do indie, or I could do character. Real time. Game character. Posed. Why not? Oh, it's fun. Okay, I'm gonna be fine for right now. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Not worry about all this extra stuff. And I'm not gonna publish it just yet. Go ahead and crop this out a tad. Actually, I think that's okay for now. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and publish for right now. Let's see if it has post processing on here. It looks like it might, but let's find out. Okay, I see what happened. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and edit it and not published it. So here's my back end here for this. Because I have Pro active currently, I can bring in a Marmoset viewer file. So this is how to do that. I was hoping that it would be a viewer file, but I guess it was only an image. So I can go to File, and I can go to Export and Marmoset Viewer. I want to crank everything up super high. So let's go to here, high, unreasonable. Here is thumbnail, sure. I'll do full frame. All right. And then I will have this saved out in my, so I got a new posed, and I'll go to, yeah, this should be fine. Talk. There we go. I can press ArtStation, and it should just go to my ArtStation. If I wonder if that helps my GL, because before I just export directly, and that killed some of my GL post processing. So I'm really hoping that this would help it. Let's go to edit mode. Did it do anything for this? Let me go back to here. No, 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 no. Select. Okay. Everything should be good. Let me save it to this. Should work. So here's my viewer. I can actually bring it to my first one. So now I can view on community and see how it looks. I can do like a side by side just to kind of see the post processing in action if it has it. If not, it's pretty obvious usually. So yeah, here looks a little bit more standard, I'm pretty sure, than my post processed, I think. So let's go ahead and have a side by side and let's see how it looks. So here, yeah, we're not getting as much of a deep shadow. Everything looks a little bit like more simple. But still turned out super fun. Got a fun pose here. Grabbing the steering wheel, got the gun. Yeah. All right, cool. So yeah, it's not to this level, unfortunately. But it's not getting this post processing and all this fun extra stuff, but it still has a lot of charm to it, and it's like still has a lot of the lighting and setup and everything that I added to it. So I'm gonna go get a few more screenshots for this ArtStation. So maybe add an image here. The last thing I want to do is I want to add kind of like marketing branding. So to do that, I can go into here, for instance, and I can just bring in my logos. So I'm going to do that now. So I have my logos somewhere over here. I want to say it's, so I have my logos. I have my Baka logo, and then I have my Chaos Cart logo. So I'm going to bring in Chaos Cart logo in my Photoshop file. And let's see how other teams have done this. So I like this one. where we have your Brawl Stars, you have your game here, and then you have your company here. I think that's nice and clean. So I'm gonna do that. Let's go ahead and add Chaos Cart. The Baka Roast can go on the bottom right. Let me get the one that I like for this. It's like a circular one. Okay, that feels pretty good. I like that. So now I can have this as a template for my marketing stuff. So now this is added above this, and I can just add any image I want to on here. So I can do something like let me get rid of this mask. I don't need the mask anymore. I'm gonna actually save copy. So save copy as save as copy. Talk one. We'll have this in the pose folder, right? And then I will open up my ArtStation again. Where is the correct one? I think it's this one. Okay, and then I can go to edit. And instead of this one, I can go ahead and delete these two. And then I can upload file. Oh, I need to actually export this. Oh, actually, I did. Okay, so upload. Is a 4K upload, I think it was. No, it's fine. I can do it 4K because I am pro now. Pro member. So posed, all types. I swear I just exported that. Okay, so let me see. Export. I'll just yes, large. It had an export setting on it. Okay, yes. Posed. There we go. All right, cool. So now I have this cool piece, and I have that as a first thing. I'm going to save that out, and let's go ahead and view it. Not my website. I just want to view it in community. Cool. Yeah, that's fun. This is how to make a killer portfolio piece just as promised. So we have marmoset stuff. It's been posed, it's been lit, it's been rendered, and it's been exported over to my ArtStation. There are other portfolio websites to use. I think with AI art, if they don't back down, then we'll see how many artists actually stay. For sure, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, you can make this maximized. You can go into these versions and you can kind of see my mesh. You can see how clean it is. I can go into my gloss, which is basically your roughness, and kind of see how bouncy everything is. Reflectivity, there's nothing right now. I didn't use a metallic. Um, Here's just color mode, which just color mode actually almost works. It's kind of crazy how much just color mode is, how clean that looks. So, and then here's my normals position kind of thing. Um, and then the topology again. And then yeah, I can go with my full render mode. And so what's really cool about that, because if you have a art lead looking for your stuff or at your stuff, you can really impress them with these kind of viewers. So anyway, yeah, let me get just a few more screenshots. Get that in my ArtStation. Oh, one other thing is this is animated, roughly, but it does have an animation. So I think there actually was a way, if I remember right, to play an animation, or it really should be playing automatically. I wonder if it didn't export with that animation, which could be interesting. So I'm gonna go ahead and exit out of this, and let's see what that looks like if I export Marmoset Viewer. Ah, that's why I didn't click the export animation tab here. So there we go. Export animations. Animation showcase. What does this do? Export the set. Let's see. Hold over it. There we go. Export the set list animations from the primary model. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let me just bring this to ArtStation now. So if I ever don't want to use ArtStation again, I can just always export these out as a Marmoset viewer just by pressing the export button, and then I can just bring that into a different software or portfolio base. This is exporting directly to ArtStation, because I guess they had to deal with ArtStation. I'm not sure. No. Come on, you can do it. Okay, select. Let's see if it keeps my animations this time. Okay, so here's my other 3 viewer. I'm going to go ahead and save. And let's go on view and community, and let's see if it adds the animation that I made. It should just autoplay, I'm pretty sure. I think that's what I've seen before. It is pretty basic. It's a really basic animation. It's supposed to be just a little kind of breathing animation. I think it's fine. I would much rather do something like get this moving with. I just realized the shoulder is not there. Why isn't the shoulder there? Dang it. Okay, yeah, I need to make sure the shoulder's back. Man, I don't know how I didn't realize that this entire time. Where did the shoulder go? Did I accidentally delete it or something? Am I hiding it? Yeah, I don't like the animation. I think it's I don't know. It's just too standard. I think it looks way better with a rig. Um, but yeah, this is kind of. I can't believe I just didn't see the shoulder was gone. The shoulder armor. I must have accidentally deleted it at some point. Um, yeah, it must have. Silly me. So all the components are around the shoulder piece, but the shoulder armor is missing. That's goofy. I just noticed that in the screenshot with the side screenshot or the side view or here. I'm like, oh, it's floating. Why is it floating? Let's figure out what happened. So I hid the grenade in the EMP. Maybe if I bring back in the posed mesh, that'll work. I wonder. It was talk pose 2. Okay, so it's not coming in from ZBrush. Okay, so in ZBrush I must have hidden it. This is actually a good use case for showing off Marmoset, how clean you can kind of like update stuff. So this is fine. Let me load. Posed 1. Okay, did I delete it on accident or is it just hiding somewhere? I think that's what's happening. I'm gonna double this. Control N, T. Yeah, I must have accidentally deleted it at some point. So it's not coming back. It's not. It wasn't hidden. Oh, let me. Oh, it was hidden. That's what happened. That's goofy. Oh, I wonder if it's just hidden here. Let me. Show all. So it could have maybe exported, but I think because it was hidden when I exported it, it did not. So okay, I do need to fix that. Oh, and there's that stupid ZBrush thing again. Because I didn't minimize and bring it to the other one, it decided not to open up again. So dumb.